Still waiting.
I can't.
I think it's kicking in now. All right, we're live, I guess, on my end. It might kick in with you guys in just a second. Oh, okay, yeah, I'm seeing the feed pop up. Hi, Grace Exhibition Space audience. Still waiting. Great. Okay, so we're live with the second Grace Exhibition Space broadcast in the spring season, and we're just waiting for Jill and Hoke. So we're gonna just go over to Evan Pritchard, who's broadcasting from upstate New York, and Evan's gonna give us a lovely half an hour of some music before we jump into performances with Luke Stence, Ray Goodwin, Kristiane Bogwald. I'm sorry, Kristiane, if I just butchered your name. Valerie Sharp, and a video. Well, sorry, a video that Valerie Sharp and Fred Hat collaborated on, as well as a video performance by Kristiane. So without further ado, here we go to Evan Pritchard from upstate New York.
Okay. Hi, hope you can hear me. This is Evan Pritchard, author, Micmac, and I love nature. But even though, hey, it's an illusion, there is no nature, it's us. But I brought my flute today, and I thought it'd be good to start off with a improvised flute song on the cedar flute. And so I'm going to switch out the miking a little bit for a minute. Evan Pritchard. So it's this my flute, and we use this for meditation, and just focus only on the sound of the flute and none of your problems, and then after a while you'll be in a good space, a creative space of grace. So here we go. I choked at the end there, but anyway, this is a kind of a traditional improvisation on the flute using for meditation, to center ourselves and be mindful of our inner self, relationship with the outer world, with what we call nature. I also have another flute. That's the smaller one, and I'll do the same thing. That's kind of a hopefully. Thank you. A cheerful sound from the flute. Yeah. I'm not sure what I can do. Yeah. Okay. So do okay. Audio settings. Okay. Um. There's no check there. Yeah. Should there be? Okay. That still held from yesterday. Yes. I don't know. It says auto. Okay. Got it. Okay. Okay. All right. So are we on? Okay. Well, thanks for that. So, I have various instruments and some things going on here. I have a guitar, but I have a drum, a traditional. It's a moose drum, and as I mentioned, my tribal affiliation is Mi'kmaq up north, and we have a moose, and this is a moose drum, and so the drum is made out of the skin of the moose, and I don't maybe want to offend anybody if there's children listening, but it's a long process to get from the moose to the drum, but we won't go there now. But this is the drum. And there's lots of different Mi'kmaq songs using the drum. So I think I can keep the headset on for this. You can tell me. I'm going to do the Yue Haya, which is the gathering song or the welcome song. Goes like this. Yue Haya, hey, Yue Haya, Yue Haya, hey, Yue Haya, We Haya, hey, yo, yo, We Haya, hey, yo, Yue Haya, We Haya, yo, We Yue Haya, hey, Yue Haya, Yue Haya, hey, Yue Haya, We Haya, hey, yo, yo, We Haya, hey, yo, Yue Haya, We Haya, yo, We Yue Haya, hey, Yue Haya, Yue Haya, hey, Yue Haya, We Haya, hey, yo, yo, We Haya, hey, yo, Yue Haya, We Haya, yo, We. And then the fourth direction. Yue Haya, hey, Yue Haya, Yue Haya, hey, Yue Haya, We Haya, hey, yo, yo, We Haya, hey, yo, Yue Haya, We Haya, yo, We. So that's thank you. So that has those words are vocables. They don't really translate, but it's the feeling that you express in the vocables, and that's a welcoming song. So I welcome the whole world to this website. And also a song that's very popular is our own national anthem. It goes like this. It's a Mi'kmaq national anthem, and you might have even heard it. Give me the lemonade, don't tell no tig, make a match toad, Maui Dades. Give me the lemonade, down by the Bexo tig, make a match toad, double one model tenet, double one model tenet, donkey so deli galug seek. Ola sit kamo wahea hey oh way away, hey, yo, way away, hey, way away, hey, yo, way away, hey, way away, hey, way away, hey, yo, way away, hey, yo. Way away, hey, yo, way away, hey, way away, hey, yo, way away, hey, way away, hey, way away, hey, yo, way away, hey, yo. So, thank you. That is the actual song. It's actually written by a friend of mine, and it's become a very well-known song. But some of the people listening might not speak Micmac. I understand that might be the case, right? So, well, not so going to translate a song, but I can kind of show you what it would sound like to me when I hear those words by singing a similar song in English, without stepping on anybody's toes, right? So I would hear it like, let us all talk about what it means to be free. Let's unite and go the ancient ways. Let us all talk about the bond between you and me. Let's unite and go the ancient ways. Let us talk about why Creator put us here on this surface of our Mother Earth. Wah hey yo, way away, hey yo, way away, hey way away, hey yo, way away, hey way away, hey way away, hey yo, way away, hey yo, taho. So that is kind of what the words say. Now, I just thought just now, since this is all improvisational, right? Hello, Joe. I write a lot of different songs. That one, again, what I did was I took the song as in Mi'kmaq, and I put English words to it that are similar. And I have this other thing. I'm going to do the mic change, but I took a song that you may have also heard, a very traditional white song, and I put more Micmac energy into it. So hold on. This is a experimental, haha. This is my guitar. Now the original song, the traditional white song goes like this. Well, there's no place on this earth but I would rather be than with you, my love. And there's nothing in this world that I would rather see than your smile, my love. So united we stand, divided we fall. And if our backs should ever be against the wall, we'll be together, you and I. Have you ever heard that song? That's a white song. Now here's my version. Well, there's no place on this earth that I would rather be than beside a New York stream. And there's nothing in this world that I would rather see than our air and water clean. So united we stand, divided we fall. And if our back should ever be against the wall, we'll be together, you and I. Well, there's no amount of money one could ever make that is worth the cost of losing all the beauty of this big old world. It would be such a fracking loss. Everybody, so united we stand, divided we fall. should ever be against the wall, we'll be together, together, you and I. Well, an oil spill is a bullet that goes through the heart of a river's fate. And a pipeline is a gun that's pointed at that heart, but I swear it's not too late. Sing with me. United we stand, divided we fall. And if our back should ever be against the wall, we'll be together, together, you and I. And sometimes they sing it again like this. United we stand, divided we fall. And if our back should ever be against the wall, we'll be together, together. There's one more verse that I did like this. So let's not let the world around us ever fall apart, my friends. Because even though it's tough, we got to find a way to bring fracking to an end. So do nice and slow, everybody. Everybody in the world. United we stand, divided we fall. And if our back should ever be against the wall, we'll be together, together, you and I. That's, okay. You can hear that, right? That's kind of a premiere there. So that was like a white song that I put kind of a Micmac vibe on. So anyway, yeah, so that's how I feel. So that actually came out with the Brotherhood of Man in 1970, and it's been sung by lots of ethnic groups ever since. So I'm not the first. Anyway, so I'm going to do a variety of things here. And maybe switch back and forth, but I want to do this song that I've been burning up the internet lately with, and it's on my Facebook site, Evan Pritchard Facebook. You can figure it out. I basically dress like this on my Facebook site, and I call it the fickle flu. Now, you know the COVID virus isn't technically a flu, but I thought it was pretty catchy. Fickle flu. I mean, you can't argue with that. So I'm going to sing this song. And just I think it tells its own story about what's going on. Let's see. Oh, I want to say that there's a knock on wood aspect to this. You know what it means when you knock on wood, you know, you're hoping for good luck, right? Knock on wood. Well, there's a part of the song that you're supposed to sing out, knock on wood, and I think you'll figure it out pretty easily because I'm going to knock on the guitar, okay? COVID is a fickle flu, its manners are appalling. You tell it to stay away from you and still it comes a calling. A COVID is a fickle flu indeed. It picks on who it chooses to start sharing this disease. It travels all around the world and shows up unexpected. And whether you are rich or poor, your lot might be selected. Well, I've never won the lotto and I pray not in this instance. So say it loud, that be not proud. And keep your social distance. When I knock, you yell out, knock on wood, see? Well, you may claim both wealth and fame and have more fans than Miley Cyrus. But that will mean you won't be seeing that mean old COVID virus. You may be charmed and well armed with all the luck of all the Irish. But on Saturday, St. Paddy's Day did not waylay the 2020 virus. And you'll be quite a decent writer like a Nielsen in the Diarist. And you set your eyes on the Nobel Prize, and yet just received a novel virus. go with it. COVID is a fickle flu, its manners are appalling. You tell it to stay away from you, it still becomes a calling. COVID is a fickle flu indeed. It picks on who it chooses to start sharing this disease. And it travels all around the world, it shows up unexpected. And whether you are rich or poor, your lot might be selected. Well, I never won the lotto, and I pray not in this instance. But I'll say it loud, that be not proud, and keep your social distance. You may tear apart the alien heart, you may be quite a liarist, but of all the gods of Greece, they can't fleece that old coronavirus. And you may prance the Spanish dance and be quite a gyrist, but with all your spin, you cannot win against this raging virus. And you may paint like all the greats of Paris, France, but your admirers cannot draw a single straw to save you from the virus. Hey, COVID is a fickle flu, its manners are appalling. You tell it to stay away from you, and still it comes a calling. COVID is a fickle flu indeed. It travels all around the world, spreading its disease. It travels all around the world and shows up unexpected. And whether you are rich or poor, your lot might be selected. I've never won the lotto, and I pray not in this instance, but I'll say it loud. Just be not proud, and keep your social distance. You may find peace down on one knee, admiring some iris, but yours in garden cannot pardon you from a Chinese virus. You may be trying to be on time, like the Korean watch on my wrist. You may keep your pace, but you can't outrace that swift coronavirus. And you may sort through those reports from CDC that shock and tire us, that tell the cost of this new boss who might be trying to fire us. Here's the chorus. COVID is a fickle flu, its manners are appalling. You tell it to stay away from you, and still it comes a calling. COVID is a fickle flu indeed. It picks on who it chooses to start sharing this disease. It travels all around the world and shows up unexpected. Whether you are rich or poor, your lot might be selected. Well, I never won the lotto, and I pray not in this instance, but I'll say it loud. Get me not proud, and keep your social distance. Some say holy Moses, go and write it on papyrus, how you got through Passover and how you stopped the virus. And if you learn a way to turn the tide, I hope you wire us. And tell us, please, how to part the seas and stop this mythic virus. And we give thanks to old Tom Hanks, whose movies still inspire us. But now we cry for that baseball guy who got the COVID virus. COVID is a fickle flu, its manners are appalling. You tell it to stay away from you, and still it comes a calling. COVID is a fickle flu indeed. It travels all around the world, spreading this disease. It travels all around the world and shows up unexpected. And whether you are rich or poor, your lot might be selected. Well, I never won the lotto, and I pray not as this instance, and I'll say it loud. That be not proud, and keep your social distance. You may hang with some cool gang like Isis and Osiris, and they're at the top, they can't stop the mighty COVID virus. And you may hold a ring of gold like Iran's great King Cyrus, but with all your power, you can't devour that rebellious little virus. So if you want to know a life that is incredibly desirous, stay inside You might just hide from that crazy COVID virus. Let's all sing the chorus one more time. COVID is a fickle flu, its manners are appalling. You're told to stay away from you and still it comes to calling. COVID is a fickle flu indeed. It travels on the world spreading this disease. It travels all around the world and shows up unexpected. And whether you are rich or poor, your lot might be selected. I never won the lotto and I pray not in this instance. I'll say it loud. Death be not proud, and keep your social distance. Okay, that's a new song. Thank you, everybody. Did you knock along? Did you do bop bop bop? You say knock on wood, right? Yeah, good. So it brings you good luck when you sing this song. You knock on wood, and then you don't have to worry about the virus. And also, if you know the songs of the 50s, there was a song called The Thing, by the way. I wasn't thinking of it, but in fact, it's a little bit, get out of here with your boom, 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 don't you come back no more. Well, you can say that to the virus. Get out of here with your never come back no more. So there's all kinds of things going on here. And so I know we have a full program, but I have a song.
Am I on now?
No, not yet.
But I mean, can you hear me?
Yeah. Oh, you're on. Yes, you're on.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I can hear you. So I want to do another song here that has also to do with what we call quarantine. Can you spell quarantine? I don't think it matters. There's only one R in quarantine. So this is an actual premiere. I just wrote this. And this is some of the drama of our day is that, sometimes lovers are separated by the quarantine and they can't get back together. And so it causes a lot of trouble for relationships, as you can imagine. So I call this Feeling Funny. And like I said, this is a brand new song. So if there are any mistakes at all, I don't know. It's probably my fault, but it's a new song. So that happens. So let me try this. And it's kind of in a style of music that would have been popular in around the time of the Spanish flu in about 1919, right? I think we were the centennial. And so this is the kind of music that might have been popular then. But this is a song about our quarantine. And basically from the point of view of a guy who doesn't understand what the heck is going on. And he thinks it's just the big, his girlfriend is trying to tell him to go away, but it's not. Well, you don't know. Maybe it is, but it's funny. So get ready for some old time bluesy stuff. And how's the audio? Good? Okay. Crackers in bed, crumbs in my head, reruns on the TV. This is the bliss that you gotta miss, 'cause you're not here with me. The day after day, you stay away. Something to do with the flu. Funny, I feel funny without you. You say you're being careful and not mean. Something about quarantine. Hey, what do you mean? I gotta know, do you love me so? Or is it something I said? Show me a call, telling me all. Let me believe that you're not dead. Oh, you were my friend to the end. You made my life feel sunny. Now I feel blue, I feel funny without you. Sitting around, feeling down, trying to think of something funny. But if you were here, I'd be of good cheer and I'd make your day like bees make honey. You were so nice, you gave me advice. Now I haven't a clue. I got a cough, feeling so off. Without you, what do I do? Excuse me, please. I gotta sneeze. This screaming is dumb. You say pandemic, I say pandemonium. You say it's time for all of mankind to go within and pray. That sounds cool, but only a fool would stay home and miss Judgment Day. I miss you, my dear, but please don't come near. I think my nose is runny. Telling you true, I feel funny without you. Now we converse, but now I feel worse, cause you won't come to Manhattan. What does quarantine and influenza mean? Well, girl, I love it when you speak Latin. No crackers in bed, no crumbs in your head, no reruns on the TV. Oh, the trouble you take to make you feel safe, and yet still here spiritually. Oh, day after day, you stay away, stopping the spread of disease. Honey, I hope that you can cope without me. I know you're being careful, but not me. Sticking to the quarantine, you know what I mean. Now I know that you love me so well. It wasn't something I said. You gave me a call, telling me all. Let me know that you're not dead. You're my friend, a friend to the end, and you make my life feel sunny. Yes, you do, but I feel funny without you. I feel funny, I still feel funny without you. So how was that? That was totally, well, I would say totally unrehearsed, but it was very new to me. So, yeah, I hope that's, I actually wrote that while in quarantine, which was way back like yesterday. Anyway, so trying to have fun and enjoy all this, you know, whatever it is, turns out to be. So, you know, the question is, okay, where do we go from here? It's got, maybe, let's see. Oh, do another guitar song. How's it? This one I call Fire in Our Heart. In the dawning day, I was made from clay. My hands were cold as ice. And I just got to say, the soon creator gave me fire from the skies. Well, I kept the fire burning while the circles turning from sea to shining sea. And they grew up to be the Wabanaki. Somehow that first fire was saved. Somewhere fire it secretly blazed. As the ancient prophets had known, and they told the people which way to go. Way, hey, 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 with the fire in your heart. Way, hey, 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 with the fire in their heart. Way, hey, 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 with the fire in their heart. Way, hey, with the fire in their heart. With the fire in their heart. With the fire in their heart. Black and barely trouble, soon their nation stumbled from the sea to shining sea. Harvesting, building the new Sunday, now blasted, and soon they all blasted by politics and war. Their nations all are scattered, their moccasins are battered and torn from the war. I said, somehow that first fire was saved, and somewhere fire had secretly blazed. That's because the ancient prophets had known, and they told the people which way to go. With the fire in their heart. 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 Strangers arrived with hunger in their eyes, and they devoured the land. So to the land of water, where food goes on the water, my people ran. They were safe a while, but someday they find that if birth is not respected, I obey, collected in time. The fire would die. Pontiac and Tecumseh both died, trying to keep that fire alive. In 1812, the warriors fell, but where they went, the fire went as well. Away, hey, hey, with the fire in their heart. Away, hey, hey, with the fire in their heart. Away, hey, hey, with the fire in their heart. Away, hey, hey, with the fire in their heart. With the fire in their heart. With the fire in their heart. Now you've heard the story, its sorrow and its glory, and now it's up to you. Is the fire in you? Will the tale continue? Now it's up to you. The stories of creation, the fires of every nation, now in your hands. And can you help the river? And can you help the river, the land? From greedy hands. 84 Algonquin nations now sit around a fire that's yet to be lit. All it takes is one little spark. That can you light the world with a fire in your heart? Way, hey, hey, the fire in your heart. Way, hey, hey, the fire in your heart. Way, hey, hey, with the fire in your heart. Way, hey, way, with the fire in your heart. With the fire in your heart. With the fire in your heart. All right. Right. We nailed that. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. That song really is based on an ancient creation story. And the creation stories start a long time ago, like some other creation stories, but they go right up to the present moment usually. They just bring it up right up to you. And so what's you going to do? What's your move now as part of this creation story? So I'm passing that along to you. Does the song. The song passes that question on, what are you going to do about it? Do you have the fire? Are you willing to help life continue? Which is like the goal of all the teachings that we have, is how do you help life for creation to continue? How do you help that story can continue? So that's part of, I think, why we're here, gathered here at this place, which is on your computer, and we're little swirling dots of electrons, but we're also spirit embodying these electrons, and we're saying, yeah, our ancestors had teachings, and they come through us even when we don't know. They come through us through things we think and say. and there's a lot of wisdom in that. So that's part of what I want to do. And so I believe we can do an interview, right? Are we doing? Is about the right time for that?
Yeah. Do you want to do that, Evan?
Sure.
So,
Let me get. Hold it. I got to figure. I'm in a tiny little space here, smaller than a wigwam. Okay. So.
it's so wonderful to hear your music. Just wonderful, 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 beautiful.
Thank you. Thank you.
I'm a little bit autobiographical, so I'm going to ask a few personal questions, and then Jill will come in with some other things, and then you take over whenever you don't want to hear what I'm saying. Okay?
Okay.
I mean, feel free to direct uh, the situation any way you like. But I don't know why I like autobiography so much, but here goes.
Okay.
Where were you born?
I was born in Bethesda, Maryland.
Uh-huh.
By the way, Bethesda Hospital.
And you said so what was your childhood like?
Well, I grew up in Maryland, kind of near DC, and in a lot of ways it was really nice because we were really near the district, and there was a lot of, we had free museums, by the way, and also on the other direction, we were near the University of Maryland campus, and there was always something interesting going on there culturally. And so I was always interested in researching indigenous culture since I was young.
Mm.
And so having free access to all the museums in Washington was almost like an unlimited supply, because I didn't need the internet in those days. I had the Capitol, but also, I ended up going to Catholic U there, studying music there. But what I like about Maryland, it was very rural when I was young. What I don't like about it is they cut down all the trees by the time, I was in the 7th grade. So, but when I remember the 1st grade walking to school, and it was all these woods and farms, and by 7th grade, it had been cut down, and I had to watch all those trees cutting down. And so I became very much, kind of aware of what was happening to the planet.
Mm.
And when I started 7th grade, it was 1967, and that's really when a lot of the counterculture just blossomed, and activists were other. I remember the first Earth Day, by the way, and it was part of that. I said, "Oh, good, now I can vent about my trees." It was very. I would draw trees. I was an art minor, or whatever, drawing trees a lot in high school. I was kind of a class artist, and I drew mostly trees. And one of the art teachers said I was a dog in a past life. And I think to him that wasn't complimentary. Of course, to me, it's not so bad. But so then my next drawing for the class was a rendering of a fire hydrant. He didn't think it was very funny. But we had a lot of trees in the beginning. And so I like that we had that kind of rural atmosphere at least at the start.
So there's this access to the museums, but also a rural counterpart. So you had access to both.
Right. I went to that really was an important part of my childhood. Both of those, both the international culture that was everywhere. We had kids from all over the world in my school, and it wasn't a very fancy school at all. But that's people were around who's had come here for their jobs, but also just lots of forest and trees and pines. And I went to Northwestern High, and actually just after Jim Henson went there, by the way. It was a big kind of art high school even then. And that's ironic because currently working with some of Henson's organizations doing native education for children.
Wonderful.
So full circle there. And I watched some of his early puppetry on local TV, which was kind of cool. We were fans.
I'm in Sargadi's, right by his building.
Oh, cool. Yeah. Heard
Yeah.
about it.
Um, okay, so what did your parents do? What was their focus and their interest?
Well, I don't really want to go into that
Okay,
because that's their business.
okay.
They don't have my, they know I'm in the media all the time. They say, well, don't just go out
Yeah,
there.
I got it. I got it.
But in terms of ethnicity, that obviously ties in, and I think they're pretty proud of their ethnicity. But my father's mother was from Dublin, and she was an immigrant in Boston, and came across some incredibly hard times, and ended up uh, her husband died while she was pregnant, and she basically left my father in a basket on a doorstep. If you can kind of, that's an exaggeration, but it's pretty much an orphan.
Hmm.
And so he was adopted eventually by a relative, and then ended up being raised by monks in a Franciscan monastery. And then he learned German from the cooks, the German
Wow.
cooks,
Wow.
and then when World War II broke out, he got into the Navy. And the thing about Dad, he was actually what you'd call a genius. He was like an Einstein.
Hmm.
And so they quickly figured out, he picked up German really fast, and then he started inventing things to, defeat Hitler. So
Hmm.
he ended up, that's why we ended up in Washington, if you follow that. My mom was Micmac and Wampanoag. And so her father was Mi'kmaq or Micmac, as was his father on down, and they passed on a lot of great teachings to her.
Hmm.
And she taught me when I was very little a lot of things
Hmm.
that I treasure today. And
Hmm.
her mother, however, was part Wampanoag, and she didn't want to talk about it
Hmm.
because in those days it was pretty dangerous. So it was enough that Dad was blabbing about to certain people about being Mi'kmaq, but she wanted to just kind of keep it, careful, whatever. But she was a cool lady.
Hmm.
So then my great aunt Helen, was totally out of the closet and actually very famous for her activist Micmac positions.
Hmm.
So when I was 15, my mother brought me over to her farm and said, "This is one of your nephews here."
Hmm.
And then she left me
Hmm.
with Aunt Helen. Now, Aunt Helen, I just saw anybody see Braveheart on TV last night. It was on one of those channels. Anyway, I watched some of Braveheart. I thought, oh yeah, that's kind of like Aunt Helen. She was quite. Some people today might call her a militant, but she was quite well known for her knowledge of Native American, um, you know, wisdom.
Hmm.
And so several of my books were written uh, around her. Like Aunt Helen's Little Herb book was written in collaboration with her, and she was like a pretty tough uh, taskmaster, but always right. And so she had me come back up to Maine where she lived and kind of take another look, make sure it was all correct. And then we went to the printer with it, and then she passed away because her work was done.
Hmm.
So, it was very traumatic. I brought up to, to bring the books back to her, the copies of Aunt Helen's Little book, for her to sign, and she had died. So the funeral happened to be just the right time. So we brought the books to the funeral, and everybody
Hmm.
was very happy with the books. But since then, I've written a book that was published by Barron Company called Bird Medicine, and that book is dedicated to her because she had the touch. She had the magic with the birds. They would talk to her. They would follow orders from her, like wild
Hmm.
birds would look and say, "Oh, you want me to do what? Okay, I'll be right back." you
Hmm.
know. So the Bird Medicine book, which is in the stores, that's dedicated to Aunt Helen. There's a lot about her in there. So that was like, she was one of my main Mi'kmaq teachers when I was 15. Remember, Mom left me off at her farm. It's like,
Hmm.
what was she thinking? And Aunt Helen kind of says, "You look like my father. I have a feeling you're going to be able to preserve these teachings. So I am missioning you with the responsibility of preserving all Mi'kmaq culture,"
Hmm.
which is like, huge. And I didn't actually answer, but like my foot was in the noose by that time.
Hmm.
And so I ended up going up and studying with her a lot, and
Hmm.
so that's really, the most pivotal moment where it really changed my life. So I always knew I was a Mi'kmaq person, but when you're young, you just play around,
Mm.
And I couldn't play around anymore after that, Aunt Helen.
Could you being raised Catholic and being a nun? I was a nun for a while, and I'm a returned Catholic. Would you mind just talking about two things?
Yeah.
Catholicism and what aspects of music did you major in when you went to college? What did you do musically?
Well, I studied guitar, classical guitar,
Oh,
and Washington D.C. in back in those days, we're talking about 65 to 75. Washington really was a great center of guitar, classical guitar, and so
hmm,
it was an incredible opportunity. I played with and jammed with a lot and met with a lot of really great uh, classical guitarists. Name it,
hmm,
Sophocles Pappas, and I had a jam session that was beautiful. He
hmm,
gave me a pile of books, and I hung out with Segovia and all these people. So
oh,
I'm so glad that I took that opportunity. But it's a tough way to make a living. I don't know if you knew that, but so I got a degree in that and in composition, music composition, where you have to learn to play all the instruments. And I also studied conducting. So I
hmm,
really like symphonic music. Of all the things about European culture, and people expect me to, say bad things about European culture, but it's not that way. So I really like symphonic music a lot,
hmm,
and you know, just as well as our native music. And so I really was immersed in that, and I really enjoyed that. And then I moved to New York City to further my studies because ultimately with symphonic music it's so esoteric, and it's an oral tradition where an elder passes on his knowledge or her knowledge to the next generation one on one, and in that I recognize as being very much what I wanted to do in life. And so I went to New York and studied with more of these elders of music. So that's kind of gives you an idea. But in
You mean
terms of
you mean Indian elders? Is that what you?
no, I'm saying elders in symphonic music. There are very
Oh,
few
okay.
Indian elders in symphonic music, but I also was already starting to study with native elders. But
Hmm,
I noticed that, in symphonic music, you had that same tradition in European context. And I think, okay, that's good. And it's what happened to me. I studied with a lot of these European elders who were very dignified and wise, some of them,
hmm.
some of them less wise.
Wise. Uh-huh.
I wouldn't say they
Um,
were all wise, no.
so could you segue to Catholicism?
Yes, yes. Tell me about what you want me to address because it's
Uh,
pretty broad.
yeah, like uh, I can only be broad, so you just go for it.
Okay. Well, okay. The Catholic Church has more shamanism by far than the Protestant. That's just
Mm-hmm.
a fact. And that's again something that I'm very familiar with and comfortable with aspects of ceremony and shamanism and symbolism.
Mm-hmm.
And so Catholic have preserved that. And what happened is very I'm also like, of course I taught religion for many years in colleges, and I'm very familiar with the Reformation. And that was a kind of a mixed thing because really they took out almost all of that shamanism out of Christianity, and just because they felt it was corrupt, and there was quite a bit of corruption. Pope Leo, you know, pretty extreme, and that was a reaction to some of the corruption. So I totally understand that, and all the horrible things that Martin Luther saw in his young life that he had to say something. At the same time, what he did ended up kind of erasing the shamanic and magical parts, which I think are very interesting and very uh, appealing to me. And also, our Mi'kmaq people are Acadian Mi'kmaqs, by the way. Acadian Mi'kmaqs are part French, part
Mm-hmm.
Catholic, part
Right.
Mi'kmaq or Mi'kmaq,
Mm-hmm.
and the Church of Member to is a mixture of all those. I was never a formal member, but we still have that. So then the Acadians were kicked out by the English of
Mm-hmm.
their own country and sent anywhere. They ended up in New Orleans, where the local people call them Cajuns
Mm-hmm.
instead of Acadians. So that's something that I like to make sure people know that Acadian music is the kind of music that my ancestors played. And sometimes I play Mi'kmaq songs that are hundreds of years old that people notice sound quite Cajun. So
Mm-hmm.
that's another thing that I'm passing on. So in terms of, like I said, it's a very broad subject in terms of the Catholic Church. My father, who's Celtic, Irish, was raised by Franciscans, which isn't so bad, but he also took a stand on theology. And he felt that there were questions he had about theology that they just would not answer. And that got into kind of a fight. And so he left, not totally with their blessing, but it wasn't like terrible. But he wanted to have them discuss with him some of these more esoteric aspects, and they just refused. So he broke with the church.
What shamanic aspects of early Christianity would you like to see reinstated?
Well, I didn't. I'm not sure how to answer that, because some of them are still have been until within my lifetimes and been continued. When they do the censors, when they smudge, basically it's smudging.
Yeah.
And I think it's exactly the same thing, and I would not want that to totally stop. And there's also some of like, for example, let me give you an example since you asked. The Russian Orthodox continue some traditions that the Roman do not. For example, when they pray, they prostrate themselves, and at least the clergy. And I think that's a beautiful thing, because you're not prostrating yourself before another man, really. You're prostrating yourself towards the Great Spirit. And this is something that apparently is part of worldwide shamanism. It's a total, devotion, showing it physically. And, as a thank you, we were on camera, so I say this kind of sign is a thank you. And it's kind of a standing up prostration, which similar to what dogs do when they're grateful. They actually go through that. So if you look at some of the
in between
Russian Orthodox, and you go back to what it says, even the New Testament, there are some passages of translating, interpreting words for prayer. There's like 5 or 6 words for prayer. A lot of them really imply either being on your knees or being prostrated. So it's like showing through your body what your spirit's doing, just to help keep body and spirit together. And that's something that's a shamanistic teaching.
When I was a nun, when we said our sins every week, we met in a room, and the head nun sat up front, and then we made a circle around her, and then we would come forward one at a time, kneel down, and then we'd take our cloth and pull our cloth out like this, and then go down to the earth.
Yes.
And we would say, I talked 3 times. They weren't the sins you told in confession. They were the sins that were breaking the rule.
Oh. Right.
So, okay, question. Do you, at this point, or have you ever led vision quests?
Well, I'm not going to go there either, except I have a book about how not to do a vision quest. Okay. So that's how I thread through that. It's like, I'll tell you how not to do a vision quest, but in fact, it's all the way to do a vision quest. So leading them, that's personal. Things like that, occasionally with friends, very good, people I know well.
Right.
But I have done, and I've written probably more about vision quests and published more than most people. There's a good book by Joe Bruchac, which is very basic, but I have written about the vision quest in my book, No Word for Time, and gone through, a step-by-step, hour-by-hour kind of reportage of a vision quest with a real serious elder. And he had mixed feelings about it being published, but he knew that I was a writer. But then also I have 2 self-published books, and one is being reviewed by a publisher now, and it's called Following the Spirit: How Not to Do Vision Quest. And that's a big, huge, book about when I was 17, living in Maryland area, and I had a vision, if you wish, I heard this voice for real. I guess I was delirious from the heat, and I just kind of passed out, and I heard this voice, and it said, "Go to Colorado." So I went to Colorado right away. I just learned to drive, and I did a vision quest in the Rockies, and for 7 weeks I had food intermittently, and was asking what my mission should be in life, which is what you're supposed to do. And so I was asking, and it wasn't clear. And I went to the Continental Divide, and I camped out on the top of the Continental Divide, and there was a moment where I could see the sun, the moon over my back, full moon, and then looking over towards California and seeing the sunset. And it was an incredible moment, right? I'm thinking, I'm going to live here on this freaking Continental Divide, this ridge. I'll stay here the rest of my life, and that's fine. And then the voice came again and said, "Go to New York." I got, Jesus, go to New York. I said, "Yeah, where's that?" And there's like crickets, nothing. And anyone else up there? But I hadn't really been to New York. I kind of went through it, but I was still a kid. So I immediately went to New York. I walked and walked and walked till I got to the nearest dirt road, a day's journey to the next dirt road. And then immediately this hot car drove up, which is kind of funny because they're fast, right? And I said, "I'm trying to get to New York City." And this friendly guy says, "I'll take you to St. Louis." I said, okay. So moved, to New York, basically. So I have a whole book about that whole journey, including basically sleeping in alleyways and rooftops and hitchhiking around the country, which is how I was able to do my vision quest. And it was all a learning experience. So it's called, I call it Following the Spirit, which is a Mi'kmaq expression. But also I have other books that I've written of other vision quests that I've had. And it's very unusual for people to share their vision quests, but mine were the kind that were very instructional, say. Like if I made a mistake, I heard about it from circumstance and from the elders. So that's, I think that's the answer you're looking for, is that the information's out there. But somebody leading that's, you really have to know somebody, and you should know somebody pretty well before you do a vision quest with them.
I understand.
So you had more questions on your sheet there?
I don't have a sheet. I'm just.
Oh, okay.
I feel very happy. Jill and Hope have some questions. Just before Jill and Hope come into this, let me just feel if there's any more questions.
Okay. Well, I just want to say that while you're thinking, that during my vision quest was also to seek a name within the tribe. So I studied with Grandfather Turtle, who was leading my vision quest, and he's very knowledgeable about tradition. And so at the end of that, you have a second sweat lodge. And so I went to the sweat lodge, and there was all these big Mi'kmaq men, like 7 foot tall, bare chested with muscles and tattoos. And I was this skinny little guy, and they're saying, "Yeah, what are you going to name him? We want to know." So they kind of put themselves in this, like, well, we have to approve this guy's name. So it got a little tense anyway, but not too bad. So at the end of the sweat lodge, he does a flourish. He says, "And the name we give this young man is Abak Bahamich." And everybody laughed and laughed and laughed. They wouldn't stop laughing. I thought, well, this is weird. He wouldn't tell me what it meant, you see. So finally I said, "Well, you got to tell me what it means, And he was just like crossing his arms. "Well, that's your name anyway. You can't change it now." And so I asked one of these big, very well proportioned, probably wrestlers. I don't know. Anyway, they were full blood, hair down to the ground. And he said, "Oh, it means chipmunk." And then everybody laughed again. So the thing was, I was kind of glad that he didn't name me 10 bears or 10 eagles or something, because those guys probably would have, slapped me around. But they thought it was great that I was chipmunk, because it's the little brother of the squirrel, which is one of our tribal totems, and also the one that gathers the nuts for the eagles. And the elders are eagles. So that's my job. So originally, when I went back to New York, and people always suggesting that I should be a bridge between the elders and the media, because there was always trouble between the elders and the media. They had a story to tell, and they tell those reporters, and almost 100% of the time, the reporters had no freaking idea what they were talking about. None of it made any sense. And I understood kind of what the elders were saying, and I understood what the journalists wanted. And so I started to fill that gap. And so that just worked out really, really well. You know, if I didn't understand the elder, I'd go back and say, could you, like, you know, tell me again what that meant? And there were times that it was kind of tough. But then a lot of those elders have gone now, you know, most of them from that time. That was about 1994, 1990, I guess, 91. And there was 92, of course, was the Columbus Day 500th anniversary. You know, organized a big, huge gathering around a giant fire called the 500th anniversary friendship circle between the, you know, the white world, the rest of the world, and our native people. And that also went really well. So I just wanted to share that with you.
Can I just, and I'm going to end my participation with a story. Please close your eyes. So last night, when we had the rehearsal, I could feel your power. I could feel your energy. For months, I've been saying, I must meet this man. I must meet Evan. I must meet Evan. I must meet Evan. And I have right now some COVID, what would you call it? Symptoms. And I feel in my heart, I could feel, I couldn't accept your power last night. And today I feel as if being with you has cured me. And I just feel so grateful to have met you. And I'm just so happy that Jill and Hope are such prophets. They're very, very powerful prophets and artists. And I feel just this hookup, you know, this ability to be here tonight may have really cured me. And I wish you all the best. I wish that the Holy Spirit, I wish that beautiful angels, Raphael and Michael, that your Catholic duty is wed to all that you do, all the good of the Catholic. And I'm asking Kateri to go with her to bless me and to bless you. Amen. Thank you so much.
Can I mean, I'm sorry if my bear energy scared you yesterday. But,
well, I was sick.
Yes, I didn't know you were sick. But I have a song. I'll just do it this version. But I think I can send this song out to everyone who is feeling. This is a Lenape healing song. Okay? It's a very beautiful song. And the Lenape are here in Saugerties and in Rosendale and in Kingston. It's like this. Chile, hey, dono de, oh, hey. Chile, hey, dono de, oh, hey, oh. Chile, hey, dono de, oh, hey. Chile, hey, dono de, oh, hey, oh. Shuge, hey, waskute, wodaha, wode. Chile, hey, dono de, oh, hey, oh. Shuge, hey, waskute, wodaha, wode. Chile, hey, dono de, oh, hey, oh. So that's an ancient healing song. It's very old.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
So chi lay is wonderment. Chi is great. So it means great wonderment. Dawn is when. Day is like when your heart opens.
Yeah.
So the song says it's a great wonderment whenever your heart opens. It's very beautiful. And then suge wuskute. Wuskute means to be reborn, but
Yeah,
right, Wuskute means to be renewed and refreshed and healed, and
yeah.
Tuge Wuskute, is it's sweet. It's like it's really sweet to have that experience. So that's what the song
Mm.
says.
Oh, thank you so much. I
You're
give
very
you
welcome.
now to wonderful Jill and Hoke, and I'm so elated, and I'm going to stay online and watch.
Okay, thank you.
Yay, Linda!
Thank you, Linda.
Yeah, thank you, Linda. Way to go.
Alrighty,
Okay.
Evan,
Yes. You hear me okay?
should I ask you some questions now?
Sure.
It's not one of the prepared questions.
Oh, okay.
We have this soul sax class on Mondays, and you called in towards the end of one of the classes, and you had talked about your new book, new ideas about Earth, Light, and World.
Oh, yeah.
And you had said there's no division between the spirit and the natural world, and we're both elements in spirit world, and all three things are really one thing. And soul talks about the same thing in Yoruba culture, that we all come from one thing, and we are all one.
Right. Yeah.
And would you be able to enlighten us a little bit more about these ideas about Earth, Light, and World?
Yeah, sure. So we have this world, there's a lot of, I mean, I have a book called No Word for Time. And so there really isn't a word for time because it's not really such a real thing for Native people. There's biological time. You see it in things in nature. So there's no word for that. But you talk about, the time of like when the sun is here or there, when you wake up, when you go to sleep, but there's no minutes. But also there's no word for goodbye because we're all going to see each other either in this life or in the next, in another life. And another thing there's no word for is tree, not really, because there's different kinds of trees that are very different from each other. They shouldn't all be grouped together because that's bad ecology. Pines are just not, we have a separate class of names for pine trees. And also there's no word for nature. And I think in most of native languages, because that's nothing. There's no such thing as nature because that implies that it's referring to something that's separate from humans, and that's really impossible. Okay. Also, the idea of nature as people usually think of it is devoid of spirit. It's inanimate. It's dead. You can't talk to it. You can't interact with nature in any really intelligent way. And that doesn't work for us at all. So all the different definitions of natures fail the sniff test immediately. Okay. So get rid of that idea of nature. And I know I've used it too. It's almost impossible to avoid the word. Oh, isn't nature nice? Well, you stop right there. Okay. Well, you're part of that and you're nice too. So there's a sea. If you look out, if you're in Brooklyn and your curtains are closed, I understand, right? But I'm just saying, if you're in a house, once you put up a wall around you, that creates nature as a negative thing. Okay, because it's what's not in your house. Okay, as soon as you any of these things, put up a fence. Okay, or you build a machine that destroys you and Mother Earth. That's not so a natural thing, but the things that it's destroying are all interconnected as this one other thing, which I call Earthlight. And I use that. I'm starting coining that here today on this broadcast. Okay, just challenge people. Okay, because we have the wrong concepts. So the kind of nature, the kind of organic world we're talking about is Mother Earth, really. We can say it that way. And we belong to Mother Earth. She does not just belong to us. We belong to Mother Earth. We're part of that. So there's no separation there. And then we believe in what the Lenape call the 12 layers of clouds in the sky, which is a way of talking about the many different phases of creation going up to the Godhead, if some people might well say. And so all that is connected to the Mother Earth world. So when we look at, let's say, out the window, we think we're looking at nature, but we're looking at a sea of spirito naturo, phenomena, all interactively aware of each other. And maybe you're not, but everything else out there is alive and listening. And you're never alone, no matter how far away you go. Like when I lived in the Rockies for quite a while there, I was never felt alone, and I'm learning a lot. So it's all a sea of intertwined beings that are also light beings. And so you can't get away from that. And you are part of that beautiful thing. And there's scary parts too, as we all know. And I think that's where nature, quote unquote, gets this kind of bad reputation from people who don't know the ways. So then you can get hurt. And so then I'm just saying that that's why I would say maybe the word nature is at least overused, overemphasized, because it's really this sea of incarnate and non-incarnate beings all interacting with each other. And there's very specific places, structures, lines of communications, like I won't call layers, but it's like a layers of an onion where you have a whole line of different guardians guarding the beings behind them. And if you look talking to different indigenous people around the world, they pretty much agree on this, and that they have slightly different words. So don't be fooled by the vocabulary, but there's slightly different words. And the Sami in Norway have the same teachings we do, and the Basque people in Spain have some of the same words, like we can understand the Basque sometimes. That's how close it is. So that's my answer to that question. So was that that's part of it. There's more to that, Jill.
Yeah, I'm sure there's more to that.
But I liked what I heard from your friend in Aruba. That sounded, yeah, very, very cool, very familiar. Talking about perspective, the things that are close to you are large and important to you, right? So there's a real sense of relativity in Mi'kmaq culture, in that time and space are often described in relation to where you stand. And that may seem to some people, a little juvenile or something. It's not at all. It's actually how life is. And so, time and space and whatnot, relation to you. Like, for example, we have, the idea of when does winter start? Well, winter starts when the creek freezes where you live. You see, so there's not a striving for a whole overarching, governmental system of domination. It's like your experience for your people where you live, and it would be a little different somewhere else. So that's part of what I gathered, for just a little bit of what he was saying. And I don't want to, he already gave the talk. I'm sure it's archived, but yeah, there's a lot of relativity. It's a beautiful thing. And I think, Einstein got maybe more credit than he deserves for it, but he was a smart guy. And, right. But we had relativity thousands of years ago. It's all relative.
Right. So, I also have your Mother Earth, salt and spirit, a wall between spirit and Mother Earth. I guess you talked about that. Spirit.
Say that again.
I have a feeling. I'm looking at my notes from what I heard you say about a week or 2 weeks ago but you just talked about it, like building walls, the wall between nature and what's inside your house.
Right.
But I have a feeling there's more to learn about the earth light world.
Yes. Yeah, there's just countless, thousands of different light beings that one can see in nature if, your eyes open to that.
How do we find the light beings?
Well, offerings are very important. We use tobacco for offerings, as I mentioned. When you can offer the tobacco to fire, to a hole in the ground for Mother Earth, or to in the water, or throw it in the wind when the wind comes at the right moment. And again, which is relative. Those exchanges are essentially the language of that world.
So
And also, and it's not just the part that you see. I mean, at first you think when you're studying that you're actually offering to that particular tree or that rock, and you say, okay, you go on faith, but in fact, later on you realize there's so much more in the various dimensions there's land keepers. I talk a lot about land keepers, not so much in my books, but once in a while I mention it in Native New Yorkers. I even mention land keepers. But this is something I do a lot of workshops about, and those are hours long. I once gave 4 4-hour workshops and never repeated myself about the land keeper tradition. The land keepers are people who were human beings, were living Native Americans who got old and did a ceremony where they offered their spirits as guardians to Mother Earth out of love for her, and they're still around. And people can easily communicate with them, even though they're not necessarily what you'd call psychic mediums. And the land keepers can be intermediary between you and the elementals and the various many spirit beings that, for example, the Lenape have described. And there's mainly one book where Henry Louis Morgan was out west with some Delaware, and he had, and also another one was, can't remember his name, Lewis Cass, two different people out west in the middle of the 1800s, had the good intelligence to ask questions, and they wrote down what the Lenape said. Very few people actually did that, but those two sources are very detailed about the understanding of these elemental beings and weather beings. Um, some for the wind, some for water. They have specific names that they're known by, and different ceremonies for them. And so that's like a way so you get into being able to see the light beings that are in the natural world. And they're, mostly I'd say benevolent. You always be careful, but they can really help you see nature, what you're thinking of as nature, as being a spiritual realm that is mixed material and spiritual together, and it's
Okay.
on various planes.
I just recently started saying that we have a lake here, and it's surrounded by cedar trees. And I started saying that there's little fairies living in the cedar trees, and they kind of help the cedar trees that are protecting the lake. And then that seemed a little bit like silly with the fairies. So I said, okay, well, they're guarding the lake. So what if think of them as soldiers, a little army
Mm-hmm.
in the cedar trees, and they're helping the cedar trees to guard the lake. And then it seemed like, well, I don't know. Well, what if it was the spirits? It's Native American spirits that have been here a long time that are living around the trees to guard the lake. And that seemed like something I could kind of wrap my head around. And I've just been saying that, and I'm hearing you say something really similar, I think.
Well, the land keepers are like soldiers. Yes, they have very much, but like a monastic soldier, which is not unheard of. And so, yeah, they're in this realm of the dead, but they do that. But some of the concepts of fairies actually come to the world through the Sami, who strongly believe, the ones, Norway, Finland, and you and I and Hoke went to that country, and they seriously believe in the fairy realm and interact with those beings. We have Mesingwes, who are really almost exactly the same thing. And in fact, the word Mesingwe in Lenape means the spirit of the woodlands. But they're 3 foot tall little beings, and maybe dressed in leather. And so the original colonists, right, were trying to understand the Lenape's description of these beings and translated that as fairies. But the fairies, here's the problem, is that the old fairies were very serious and like little soldiers. Okay, so there's really no difference, except that fairies are guardians of certain energies in the spirit world, in the natural world. No difference, right?
Okay.
Whereas the land keepers, something else. But when, no disrespect to Walt Disney, but he kind of popularized the idea of fairies
Right.
through various movies and literature, whatnot, and it just got a kind of a non-serious child's view of what a fairy is. But in fact, throughout the world, there's a similar, very similar belief, which the old world word fairy is very serious, powerful word. Okay, so this is where we get this, where you're having a problem. It's the connotations given to these powerful concepts because they're real.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. So yeah, that's, but that's, the Sami culture is very similar to our Mi'kmaq culture, and really the Sami have popularized that, and it's very serious. That's, for example, I understand that in Norway, that Sami have, through various, militancy, earned religious freedom to believe in fairies. And so if an employee is working in a government office, for example, in Norway, and wants to have pictures of fairies, whatever, on the wall, and even if they're a director or a manager or something, that their higher ups cannot say, "Oh, take that silly picture down," because they'll be sued under these new laws. So that's just, I think it's a fascinating thing. So we have, Mesingwes, and our Mesingwes, hold on.
Maybe you just got called by a Masingwe.
Well, this is a Mesingwe.
Oh, there we go.
There we go.
That's not how I pictured my fairy.
Not?
No.
No, I know, but that's how the Lenape have traditionally pictured them. Okay.
Okay.
So that's, yeah, they appear in other forms. That's just a very popular symbolic, because it's symbolic because the red and the black represent the opposites of life in balance.
Opposites of life in balance?
Yeah, that's the red and the black.
Opposites of life in balance.
So the Misingwe are guardians, and it ties in with what we're saying, is that there's this earth light, is this whole sea of beings. Some of them are very delicate and valuable and have critical roles in this spiritual natural world. And so you have the Misingwe are the guardians, and you're more likely, I mean, very few people see them, but you're more likely to see them because they're the front line. See, but there are beings beyond them, and the elementals, and then beyond them, and then beyond them, and so more distant from the human world. So humans, according to the stories, are generally like the losers. They're like the clueless bastards of the universe. Just wandering around and not seeing anything, like blind people. And this applies to native and non-native, like just human beings. So they're the ones causing all the trouble. So we got to get the animals to help figure things out. So that's the old teaching.
Like when my cat looks all around the room, like he's watching something fly around the room, and I don't see what it is.
So that's right. You're blind. He's got it. Yeah. Yeah, really. They really see other layers of being, and there's many different worlds, and they're in layers of dimensions.
What?
They're right there. And there are dead people right next to you, but I'm not saying I see them now. I'm just saying on principle. Oh, no, not you.
Sure.
But the worlds of the, dead, I mean, that's more intricate and complicated, but, there are underworlds, and then there are higher spiritual worlds where people who, when they die, go to, a very exalted place, perhaps. I have a book that's kind of coming back now in popularity called The Fourth Book of Light. And it's kind of a training manual for spiritual warriors to train them to come back into life, to physical life. And that is in a library that's on one of these higher, well, I use the word higher, everybody tends to, places. It's one of the higher clouds, actually the fourth cloud from the top, if you want to know. So anyway, there are people that have passed on who are here with us for whatever reason, and you may never see them. And the land keepers are right here too, and they're pretty easy to reach because they have a job, and they're actually trying to protect the Misingwe and the other elementals from you and your crazy friends, whatever. I'm just saying, in general, this applies to native, non-native, and so you might be able to contact them. but a lot of the ones in this area actually speak Lenape still because it's only been a few minutes from their perspective, and that's what they spoke. So learn Lenape, and then you'll have no trouble speaking to the land keepers.
Okay. Or
Except in Norway, then you need to speak Sami.
right. But like drumming might be a way to communicate.
Yeah, they love drumming. And the eagles, by the way, you could try this on your farm, is to go out like at eagle season. You know, there's several eagle seasons, you know, February, October. But anyway, go out in your land far away from your house and drum and see if an eagle doesn't come.
Okay.
Because eagles love drumming. And so in our culture, to have an eagle show up is a great blessing and a really good omen that things are going to be great, right? So of course they go out in the land and they drum a lot because then it's kind of fixing the game, you see. It's a trick. Because you get the eagles to come in, then okay, of course everything's going to be great. But they're there for the drumming, right? Just like Woodstock, everybody shows up for the drumming, right?
Right. But since we have time, I went to the Women's March in Washington. I was in Washington for the inauguration with my friend Kate Hamburger, who was doing a performative demonstration.
Yeah.
And at the Women's March, I've never in my life been around so many people. It was incredible the number of people that were there. We were supposed to march, but we couldn't because the whole mall was full. So we just fanned out across the whole city. Then when it was over, all the placards were put down and they were on display. It was pretty much over and people were going home. But somebody moved a fence and everyone got curious and started going through where the fence had moved. And suddenly we were all in front of the White House. And we were worried that there were cops standing between us and the White House, but actually there weren't. There was a little fence and then just grass between us and the White House. And someone was drumming. And I noticed that in the air above the grass between us, a flock of starlings came and was flying in a circle over between us and the White House.
Yeah.
And another flock of starlings came.
Wow.
And another flock of starlings came. And there was flocks of starlings are huge. Just one flock of starlings is huge. So there was 4 or 5 flocks of starlings, all in their own circles, flying between us and the White House. And as long as the drumming kept happening, flocks of birds just kept coming. So I noticed that, I witnessed it, I pointed it out to some other people. But when you were talking about the drums attracting the eagles, ever since then, I've been thinking that the birds are attracted to the drumming. And there was something in the energy where they flew in between us and the White House. Not over us, not over the White House.
Okay, well, the starlings, they have a special talent for thinking as one, and they move as one, as a herd.
Right.
And memorization. Anyway, they're unique in that, and scientists don't really understand quite how they do it because it's immediate. But we again, this is a Mi'kmaq thing. We talk about this too as like moving as one, like we become one as a people, and so we're all, without even saying something, we'll all suddenly do the same thing together at the same time. And I've seen this among the Mi'kmaq people. So it's a human trait too, but it's lost among most birds and most humans, but it's a tribal thing. And I love to see, I think the starlings are probably an invasive species, but I love to see how they create these. It's like performance art. Right. It's like they move in this big cloud as if they're all one being.
Right. It's beautiful.
It is very beautiful. And it only happens, I think, at certain times of year. Some people think it has to do with the magnetic fields. I don't know. But yeah, just watch that, and how they move. How could they possibly move literally as one?
Right. Okay. And bees and ants. They also
yes.
Move as one?
Yes.
Yep. And I was also wondering about, you said about leaving gifts. Like I thought, because I'm here and I'm also thinking that we're all getting a little stir crazy. It may be about the time people start to get a little crazy in their homes.
Yeah.
And as we get a little crazy, maybe we start thinking a little mystically. And maybe if it's quiet out and we're at home quiet, we might actually hear our ancestors speaking to us. And so part of that kind of fantasy world of fun that I'm suddenly reigniting from childhood,
Yeah.
and these fairies that are guarding the lake, and
Yeah.
then leaving little gifts for the fairies. I was leaving them little gifts. I wasn't sure what they wanted, but just the idea of leaving them something they might appreciate the thought. And you mentioned gifts also.
Yeah, they like sweets. I
Sweet.
can't. Yes, anything, candy, sweets. They love that, and I can't really
What about
explain. But
clover?
that's known throughout the world. That is definitely not just our Mi'kmaq people, but and Shamanik peoples around the world understand the importance of sweets, and that's what they like.
I guess everybody likes that the most.
Maybe
And
so.
flowers are sweet, aren't they? The nectar?
Yeah, that could be part of it.
Yeah.
I know.
Are you going to play music again?
Well, I don't know. What do you want to hear?
Hey, you were looking around. I didn't know if you were listening.
I had a word I wrote down. This has been a lot of little tricksters around my house today, moving things around like you're nobody's business. And I had a special word for you, and I wrote it down, and now I can't find it. But it's the indigenous word for your property.
Oh, really? How did
Yeah. Huh?
How did you find it?
Well, I included it in my recording called River Song, and it's in one of the songs. And somebody played me my own song, and I remembered that word was in it. Right now, I found it somewhere in my research. But I'm
Property?
yeah, it's a beautiful word. And on a good day, I could even remember, but it's not one of those. Had a long day today, but I'm still looking around for it because it's probably here somewhere. But it's frustrating, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I have a weird thing in this house where things pop up. Like I went into this room where we have all our, I put a lot of crap. Like don't know where to put something, so I shove it in that room. And I
Yeah.
went looking for thumbtacks for the birdhouses that Hope just built, and I found 3 photographs that my grandmother took when I was about 3 years old, and they're big and black and white, and she printed them. And I'm at an Easter egg hunt. And I don't know how the hell they got into this house, or where they came from, or why they were sitting on that table in that room that I hardly ever go into. This house does things like that. Something will suddenly pop up that really doesn't belong in this house. Don't know how it ever got into the house, and it's here, and it's from a long time ago. Nice. We have stage 2.
That's been happening more lately in this house.
Yeah.
But things that, yeah, the same kind of thing. Things from quite long ago showing up, just like right in front of me, and it's my house. See, like,
right.
The other people don't come in my house because when those things happen, I want to know it's spirit and not just the guy who just left or whatever.
Yeah.
So it really is magical, but sometimes it's very annoying. Anyway, I thought that we would smudge everything here. You see that, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna go get our stage.
I'm smudging my horses. You see, I'm a rich man. I have 2 horses.
Yeah.
And we do smudge our horses, by the way. It's very common because, it's a little bit of the hoodoo is like a little worry about the juju and whatever you want to call it. Just the smoke is really good for that. But also, by the way, an elder told me the other day that throughout history, when people have smoked tobacco, pipes, whether they're white or native, that they seem to do well in times of plague. Now, I know we're on the air. I'm gonna be careful what I say because doctors will show up at my door. But I'm just saying this is a oral teaching that I received.
Okay.
That you can burn tobacco. It doesn't have to be in a pipe or smoke it, but the smoke sometimes is very good. Like the Romans used to, smudge. Like I was saying, in the Catholic Church, they still use the censers, and it's actually good because we all share that same air, but also it apparently has a good effect somewhat on unseen realities such as viruses and different bugs and whatnot. It makes the bugs sleepy, by the way. So if you're having trouble with bugs, this is it. So when William Commando was my adopted grandfather, he was being chased around by the Indian agents in the early 1900s. When I was talking to him, he was 100 years old. And they said it is to go out and live in the wilderness totally alone by himself, which he did. And he went and he lived off the land in an area, where there was no other human beings. And he was making canoes and stuff. So he said the bugs could be really, 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 really bad. And so he would create a fire with lots of wet wood and would create lots of smoke. And he would work and dance and do whatever he was doing in the smoke. And the thing is, of course, sometimes it gets your eyes to burn. And so whenever the wind changed, he had to change position. But the smoke is very important for a lot of reasons. So I'm smudging everybody in the world today. Again, because yeah, there you go. You got it. Okay, smudge yourself because the whole world is connected to this computer in some way. So we're just smudging the whole world and visualize it being the whole world. And it is. That looks pretty cool, huh? Now the question is, how do I put it out?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I can't find that word anymore.
You remember what it meant?
No, I don't remember what it meant. But I would have to leave the camera to go look at, where it is for a minute. So it's just, life's frustrating. What can I say?
When we got this place, we saw that at one point the name was Targkill, Targh, and Hook asked a friend of ours who is Dutch what it meant.
Yeah.
It took him a while to figure it out because it's a very old Dutch word, I guess. And it means dark waters.
Okay.
Maybe that was a translation from the Lenape.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you been out to where there's like a big drop off and there's water running into Fourth Lake?
Yeah, I believe so.
I thought maybe that was the dark water.
Maybe. Well, the Svartakil is the Dutch word. Near us is the Svartakil, which is the south of here, and that means black water.
Oh, okay.
But Tag, yeah, let's keep our minds open. That could be it.
Yeah, or maybe there's water underground.
Yeah.
Well, that's like Binney water, I think. It refers to like a series of connected waterways and bodies of water.
Yeah.
So could that be considered dark water, like if it's underground?
No.
No, okay.
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
But yeah, you caught me. I have all this stuff here. The question is so to get my hands on it. I also have this right over here. I don't know if it's reverse, right? Okay. Reverse. It says, grant that I may not criticize my neighbor until I have walked a mile in his moccasins.
Nice.
It's kind of cool. So I have that to share with you.
I really liked what you were talking about with Linda, and I didn't realize that you had taught religion. And
yeah.
What she was, Linda, I believe, has like a Catholic background, and I hadn't realized the similarities, like how, I guess it goes back to the Yoruba also, which is before Egypt and Greece and Rome. So all these different things seem to go back to smudging and what did you were talking about, Linda, about the mysticism or the shamans in Christian religions, and I really appreciated the conversation the two of you had.
Well, has been a lot of shamanism in Christianity, not always, of course, called that, but it's very obvious if you're familiar with the shamanism. And I always thought the whole, New Testament too. I mean, Old Testament's pretty obvious. There's lots of shamanism. There's the 4 directions and the different fronds of the 4 directions and Mosaic times. the New Testament is filled with reference to shamanism that are somewhat concealed. And I thought if I ever had a whole lot of time with nothing to do, like, interesting, I would like to write a green Jesus testament where it's really kind of just saying, well, look, it's pretty obvious he's referring to these shamanic ceremonies, and he's offering to reform them. You know, I don't speak for any Christian organization. I'm just me, right? But you know, I taught religion because I had a neutral place to stand that the students can understand that, okay, he's never American, so you know he's not going to favor Buddhism over Islam, whatever. And I taught a lot of major universities, and actually was a big hit among the Islamic students, the Muslims, at some very large universities. And at one school, I won't say which one, but virtually every single Muslim student studied with me because the other, you know, the other teachers had trouble being uh, neutral about religion, and they just couldn't quite, you know, be, you know, egalitarian about it. But I guess I was, because all of those students, all the Muslim students, plus the Catholic students, plus the Buddhists, so forth and so on, they really liked my class. So I had a very lively religion class, had a 4.0 evaluation, but then I was let go because of politics and whatnot and budget concerns. But I taught 15 years, you know, in religion. So I've read a lot of really cool papers by my students, by the way, you know. So yeah, that's a very interesting thing to me. And I think that my background in Algonquin spirituality is kind of a broad view into world shamanism, which, you know, is the underpinning of a lot of world religions. So it's, you know, it's a beautiful thing. I'm all for it. I think religions are like, especially times like now, like, you know, it's a, if you can't do anything else, you can always seek religious fulfillment, even if all you have is a pot to piss in. Okay. So hold on a second. Well, nope, not coming up with it. So what's our time like? Because I see that, well, it's 51. I guess we have, what, 9 minutes?
Right.
Okay, when there's no word for time. So let me think. Um, what should we do now?
Could I ask one question?
Okay.
Could you just say 1 minute about chickens?
Why?
Please, chickens.
I have a relationship with chickens.
Oh, well, yeah, chickens are not indigenous to North America.
Hmm.
They're related to dinosaurs, but for some reason we didn't have it. So what I want to say about chickens is, you know, there was Charlie Parker was part Native American, as are a whole lot of people who are great contributors to American culture and African American culture, really Native Americans. And, you know, Charlie Parker was Omaha. His mom was raising him as a single mother, and she wanted him to be safe. She couldn't handle him, so she sent him off to her Omaha relatives. So he grew up on a reservation, and he had never had chicken because that's not something Native Americans generally eat or raise. And so he ate this stuff, and he said, well, this is pretty delicious. What is it? And they said, well, that's that bird that's out in the yard. And he said, well, that's what I like. I like those yard birds. So his name became Yardbird, and then short, the Bird. So his nickname became the Bird, which led to Ornithology, a great jazz album. And then that led to the band called the Yardbirds, which was really in honor of him and the whole story about the Omaha. So yeah, to me, chickens are good to eat. That you probably don't want to hear that.
No, I can hear it.
Okay. But I wouldn't harm a chicken. I wouldn't harm your chicken. You know, because they're adorable and everything.
And chicken dances?
I'm not that familiar with chickens, really.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Sure, sure. So, yeah, I don't have, um, hmm. Oh, I'll say no word for goodbye. Let's sing that. Okay, so here's a song that's partly in Mi'kmaq language. Mi'kmaq.
Great.
This will be my swan song for today. Way up in the bear country, the Mi'kmaq people live so free that they do not have a word for time. No word for goodbye, for goodbye. And when they leave their friends at home, they go out hunting all alone. They do not have a word for time. No word for goodbye, for goodbye. And they never have to say, hey, don't cry. There's no word for goodbye. Our paths will cross again. Cause the circle never ends. And so till then, ride the wind. Sissy Bam, see you again. See you again. See you again. See you again, yes. Up the mold test. Up the mold test means I'll see you again. While I'm in that north country, I saw a sweet bird up in a tree, and I said, will you be my pet? She said, I'm not tame, at least not yet. She said, my name is Isabelle, and I am wild, but I'll be your friend, and I'll follow you up in the sky until it's time to fly, and then I'll go. But where to? I don't know. And then she says, hey, don't cry. There's no word for goodbye. Our paths will cross again. Cause the circle never ends. And so till then, ride the wind. Dizzy Bell, see you again. See you again. See you again. See you again, yes. Then I met a medicine man, and he healed me and he made me stand, and he taught me things I never knew, all of which were true, they were so true. And we walked together for a day, then he says, I'm going away, and I'll go wherever spirit leads, but do not follow me, follow you. Find what's true and follow you. And then he said, hey, don't cry. No word for goodbye. Our paths will cross again. Cause the circle never ends. And so till then, ride the wind. Sissy Bam, see you again. See you again. See you again. See you again, yes. Up the old test. Now I'm standing here today. Now it's me that's going away, and I'm sorry that we have to part. Really breaks my heart, it breaks my heart. Both of us at a loss for words. Well, I wish I had that little bird flying way up in that tree. I wish she could say to me, I wish she could say to me, and then she'd say, hey, don't cry. There's no word for goodbye. Our paths will cross again. Cause the circle never ends, and so till then, ride the wind. Dizzy Bam, see you again. See you again. See you again. See you again, yes. Up in old test we say, hey, don't cry. There's no word for goodbye. so say goodbye. But we don't have a word for that.
Mhm.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. Thank you,
Fabulous.
Ethan.
Thank you.
Woo!
So that's my goodbye song,
Mm.
even though there's no word.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank
Mm.
you.
Evan, this has been amazing.
Yeah.
And Linda, thank you
Yeah.
so much.
Thank you
Yeah.
to everyone. Thank you. What a great time. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for your help.
And
Thanks, Jill and Hoke, too.
Jill and Hope.
Jill and Hoke.
Prophets.
Thank you.
Evan, if you will talk about seeing if you'd want to do something like what Soul is doing. Lectures. You said you have so many lectures on religion and things like that. Maybe
Well,
Linda does too.
what?
Maybe also Linda wants to do talks on something.
Uh-huh.
So this gives us an opportunity to have time to do those things.
Yeah, we have time to, like, be ourselves.
Mm.
You know, our fundamental self stripped down to our souls. And here we are. And it's
Yeah.
fun, you know? You don't need anything. You can be
Yeah.
very entertained in the native culture. You can go and you can tell 100 stories, sing 100 songs, and the whole day goes by and you go, wait a minute, where'd that day go? You know?
Mm.
The nice thing about the culture. And it doesn't cost anything. Hey, this has been fun. Thank you. And sure, anytime.
So thank you, Evan and Linda. It's nice to hear both of you and see both of you. I think when the world stops being so crazy, we can all see each other in person. I'm looking forward to that.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Ah.
Say it again.
I look forward to seeing you in person and giving you a hug.
Yeah, and Linda.
Yeah.
And Linda too.
Well, it's a crazy time in terms of what's really going on and when it's going to end. That's really the interesting part. So, you know, it's like, remember, there's no word for time. Oh, hi, Valerie. I see you. Yeah, it's like living in the spirit world. There's really, you're not sure when anything's going to end. It's just suddenly you'll transit into something else.
Yeah. Well,
Okay, I'm going to put the schedule here as soon as I'm done writing it.
I see a string bass player in the background.
Right.
Yeah, that's Luke Stence, who and they're all set up over at Nina Isabel's place called Three Phase in Stone Ridge, and Luke is gearing up to play bass for us.
Luke is a first bass in an orchestra.
Yeah.
And he's written a composition specifically for this event tonight.
He's a very talented fellow.
It's a new piece. We didn't commission it, but he did write it. And it's having the world premiere in just a few minutes. First, I'm going to put up the schedule. Can anyone read that? Evan and Linda, and then Luke, and then Ray Goodwin's going to do an opening ritual. And then Kristiane will give us a performance from Norway. Then Valerie does a performance, and then we'll show a video closing that was made by Valerie and her friend Fred Hatt that was shot at Rosekill. So this was the first part of the evening, and now we'll move on to the music interlude.
Yeah. Can we bring up Valerie's feed?
What about us? Does anyone see us?
Yeah, I see you. You look great. You look great. Like my own pot kettle.
How do I get to see where we're pinned?
Thanks, Jill and Hope, for having me. This is a piece I wrote for this event called...
there it is.
Hi, Luke.
Hi, Luke.
Thank you.
Bravo!
Thanks.
There you go. That was very peaceful.
Yes.
Thank you.
Super meditative.
Thank you very
Super
much,
mystic.
Luke.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear that bass play in our space in the city someday.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd love to.
Yeah. Japanese
Yeah.
is amazing. This is
It was so relaxing for me, more than anything else. I heard it yesterday too. It was very relaxing then. So relaxing that my mind went back into its mindful state, and I remembered all those things I forgot. So I want to share with you, Jill and Hope. The name of the place where you live is Osangwak, which means, and this came back to me. You can write it down. Osangwak is the place of the stony people.
What?
It means the place of the stony people, the people who live amongst the stones.
Oh, what's it again?
Osangwaka. Excuse me, WAK. Osangwak.
Osangwak.
Yeah, Osan means stones, and the guak is the people. But I also remembered what Tagkil means,
oh.
and that is tank. There is a certain kind of tree. It's like the broadest species of trees where you want them for your firewood, and it means wood basically, or woods.
Oh.
So tag, and kill is the Dutch ending. So it's a stream where there's lots of really nice trees around that are deciduous trees. So that was my realization listening to this super relaxing music. But Osangwak is the people of the stony place.
Thank you.
Or people where everybody's stoned all the time. I don't know. That's not accurate.
No. You mean
The stoners.
The stoners. That's what it means.
Thank you, Evan.
Thank you, Evan.
Oh, and thanks for the relaxing music, and it all like, so, oh, I know what.
Yeah, thank you, Luke Stence.
Thank you, Luke. Yes.
And everyone's bios are on the website, graceexhibitionspace.com. And Luke, and that was amazing. And next, we're going to open the evening of performance art, the opening of the performances, with a ritual by Ray Goodwin, who is coming to us from Kentucky. And when Ray is ready, we'll cut to her.
So
Woo! So amazing.
on the so it's funny, the Facebook feed though isn't, it still has in Luke land.
Yeah, it's slower. A bit of a lag. Great. Thank
Okay,
you.
Ray.
Oh, I wasn't really ready. I wasn't really expecting this.
No one really expected this. We grow from who we've been. We grow from how we've been. These were my mother's buttons. Ones she saved from clothes we had. Ones she bought to put on things she would make. Ones she found in the drawers of her mother. Ones she took off clothes that weren't of use anymore. We grow from who we've been. We grow from how we've been. We grow from where we've been. Tonight, you've told me you've been to the beach, to Red River Gorge, Raven Run, the Arboretum, to Canyon, Utah, to Raven's Run, my parents' backyard, Ruth's backyard, miss sitting out there with two of us and with the best dogs in the world. Tonight, you've told me you've been a mile out on my surfboard in Ormond Beach, Florida. Tonight, you told me you've been looking out on the Pacific Ocean from Windansea Beach in La Jolla, California, and to Cumberland Island in Georgia, where the sand is white and the beach is empty. So you have the whole place to yourself. Tonight, you told me you've been to Wolf River trails in my hometown, such a good place to run and get lost. in nature. Tonight, you told me you've been to Squam Lake in New Hampshire, and to one of the most peaceful, beautiful places I've experienced, Yellowstone National Park. In the winter, cross-country skiing, past bubbling pits and rushing geysers, past birds and elk. I cannot describe the beauty and simplicity of the silence. Tonight, you told me you've been to the Appalachian Trail in Georgia and to Cumberland Gap in Kentucky. Tonight, you told me you've been so many places, to Cove Springs, to the woods, the old farm behind my mother's home, which used to be my grandfather's family farm. As a child, we'd explore the vast property, chewing on foraged sassafras. Tonight, you've told me you've been to the woods behind my mom's house, where two huge flat rocks in the middle of the stream, big enough to lay on and look up at the oaks and the birches on either side with crayfish in the sandy bottom. I can almost see my old dog Rebel chasing woodchucks back there while I dreamed. Tonight, you told me you've been to Elkview, to Red River Gorge, to Buckhorn, to Cave Run, to Katie's Cove. Tonight, you've told me you've been to Maine and to the Ashland Estate Gardens, where there are lots of places to sit and embroider along the trails. Tonight, you've been to my neighbor's parents' house, but that since you live in Las Vegas now, you added the switchback trails at Mary Jane's Falls on Mount Charleston. Tonight, you've told me you've been to hiking around Chautauqua Park to the Flatirons in Boulder, Colorado, on the opposite end of the map, walking, sitting along the Corniche, overlooking the Mediterranean in Alexandria, Egypt. Tonight, you told me you've been to the Pacific Ocean, to the beaches in Oregon, to Loch Ness in Scotland, to Arches National Park, where Moab in Utah attached itself to. Tonight, you told me you've been traipsing around the Southwest looking for petroglyphs and petrographs, Utah, New Mexico, and a remote patch that is a remote part of Canyonlands National Park called Horseshoe Canyon, where you had a perilous time getting out there, but that you got to see the Great Gallery, which is beautifully preserved. Tonight, you told me you've been to the Snip, which is less than a mile from my house growing up in Tolland. It seems like the greatest childhood memories are there. And it's the first place I go when we visit Connecticut. And tonight, you've told me you've been anywhere near my parents' last house in Conway, New Hampshire, at the base of Mount Washington and Saco River and Kezar Lake in Maine, where I spent my summers. And one more magical place, Fern Canyon and the Prairie Creek Redwoods State Park in Humboldt County, California. It's a World Heritage Site. And tonight, you told me you've been to the ocean and to Bigelow Hollow and the Legacy Trail and to Turtle Mound National Historic Site in Florida. Tonight, you've told me you've been to my farm with my horses and dogs. Tonight, you've told me you've been anywhere and everywhere at night, that all you have to do is look up with your headphones on or a mindful eye and block out this world and the moon and the stars and the sky above you. You don't have to even be the type to go hiking, to travel anywhere. You can get lost in the nature above you. Anywhere, everywhere is the universe. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Bravo.
Thank
Thank
you.
you, Ray.
That's great.
Thank you.
Woo-hoo-hoo!
When's the book coming out? Yeah, right.
So that's Ray Goodwin down there in Kentucky in her new house.
In the basement of my new home.
Nice to see that place.
An installation space.
Yeah.
Get that girl to a publisher.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Congratulations, Ray.
That's
Thank
really, really, really great.
Thank you for inviting me to be here with you all tonight. It is an honor and a privilege.
Well, we look forward to having you in our physical space someday.
I would love to.
Oh my God, I'm gonna cry. That was everything's so intense.
Yeah. Mm.
So, okay.
Oh.
Now what?
Well, Kristiane, it's now about 4 in the morning in Oslo.
Okay.
And I do Kristiane video is next.
And it's very late in Oslo.
Very, very early. Very late. Very
Is the sun
early.
up yet?
Kristiane, is the sun up yet?
No.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Now you can hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, no, the sun hasn't come up yet. It's still dark.
Okay.
Mhm. Wait, I just
Uh-oh.
Oh, wait. Ah, wait. Okay. Awesome. We'll get a surprise.
Yeah.
We're getting a lot of surprises.
Is that a new poem, Ray?
I'm back. Okay.
Is it new?
Sorry?
What do you say to Ray? Is that poem new?
Oh, that was a collection of posts from Facebook and Instagram. I asked my friends today if they would tell me of a place where they really reveled in nature.
Oh, wow. It's really incredible poem. You should keep, doing things with it, performing it.
Thank you.
I'm sorry I didn't see that today. I would have written.
I know. I wish I had posted.
I did it tonight, right before this.
Okay.
It was amazing. My friends are beautiful.
That's some responses.
Yeah.
Really great.
Beautiful.
Kristiane?
Yes.
What?
Ooh.
You had something to say?
You just jumped up.
No, I just need to do some technical stuff. Yeah. I'm back now.
Okay.
Yes. I just want to say it was really beautiful, this poem by Ray.
Yeah.
Really nice.
And the way she looked at all of us so intimately through such a technology is just incredible.
How do we move along?
Well, next is Kristiane's video.
Oh, okay.
No. If there's the bios are on the website. When Kristiane and you, Alex, are ready, then we'll be ready to go.
Let her rip.
I'm ready. Yeah.
All right.
We watch the fire.
And who's the public seeing right
Hi,
now?
Stacy.
Who's the public seeing right now?
Maybe Alex.
No, they're seeing.
Are they looking?
av sted I en båt fra Mexico. Ba meg om å la ham være I fred. Han tok med seg en sjamanstang og noe performance-greier. Sa at jeg ikke fikk lov å være med. Min meksikanske elsker dro av sted. Sammen med de rare guttene og performer med. Han drikker ikke alkohol, han drikker ikke alkohol. Men jeg drikker whisky sammen med hans meksikanske mor. For mye gutter. Min baby dro av sted I en båt til Canada og ba meg om å la ham være I fred. Han tok med seg en bokser og morens cashmaskin og sa at jeg ikke fikk lov å være med. Min elsker dro av sted, han dro av sted. Sammen med de rare guttene han performer med. Nå lager han ny festival, nå lager han ny festival. Og jeg feirer Valentine's Day sammen med hans far. Jo, den kan jeg forresten. Men, det så mye. Den der glitterkjolen morsom, fordi den lager sånn lyseffekt. Diskokule. Men hva skal jeg med den? For heder og ære. Nei, hva alt dette her? Oi, India-klærne. Nei, den kan jeg ikke ha. Hva dette? Nå må jeg slutte å være så negativ. Jeg føler at jeg møter meg selv I døren for at jeg har disse negative tankene og sier at det ikke vits uansett hva du driver med. Dette her bare tull. Altså, alt så tungt, liksom. Sånn. Først, dette kan være performancen. Jeg vet ikke hva jeg skal ha på meg om morgenen, for jeg har tusenvis av kjoler og duppedingser og indiaklær. Og sånne ting som jeg kjøper og som jeg aldri får bruk for. Og som jeg ikke gidder å gi bort fordi jeg et lite hamster, akkurat som mamma. Som ikke vil kaste noen ting. Og den egentlig, nei det var ikke den. Ikke vil kaste en dritt. Nå. Det er dårlig bare jeg tenker på det. Jeg har ikke lyst til at noen av mine norske venner skal se det jeg skal lage. Fordi det kommer til å bli pinlig. Jeg kan jo ta det utendørs da. Det kanskje på hovedøya eller noe sånt. Det kanskje bedre. Det kan være at det bedre å bare ta det ut av min egen leilighet, for dette blir sånn privat. Altså, ha publikum liksom. Det hadde vært deilig. Gjøre det I botanisk hage, et sted der det folk, og så bare gjøre en performance. Vet du hva, det hadde, tror jeg faktisk, altså bare filme den I ett, og så slippe å redigere den så jævla mye. Fordi at, jeg vet ikke, jeg har ikke noe, jeg føler at det så heavy work, liksom, å gjøre noe I den leiligheten her som så rotete. Nei, jeg bryr meg ikke om rotet, det bare at da må jeg liksom ommøblere hele leiligheten. Og så, altså, jeg blir ikke inspirert av denne leiligheten her, den så kjedelig, det så Ikea. Jeg hadde lyst til å være I sånn gammel herskapelig hus. Jeg vet ikke hva, en helt tomt rom, eller sånn spennende med sånn. Dette her bare så utrolig average. Men kanskje det greia, liksom. Dette så vanlig. Den lille kåken her liksom så standard. Hvor skal jeg da gjøre performancen? På badet? Det blir for privat igjen. Det spørs jo helt. Man trenger ikke å gjøre det privat da. Man kan jo liksom gjøre det veldig sånn, ha på seg en fin kjole, blomster, og så bare vannet bare renner, og så masse melk og honning. Faen, dette blir så lett klisjé.
Oi, ja. Nå kommer disse naboene snart til å ringe politiet igjen. Ja, de kommer til å ringe politiet, og så er de på døra her, disse politifolka, bare om en knapp 20 minutters tid, liksom. Hvis jeg lager noe sånn bråk, ikke sant, så jeg må lage dette midt på dagen for at ikke kommer politiet og avbryter meg. Hvis jeg skal lage litt bråk, så får jeg gjøre det midt på dagen. Ok. Ja, den der er fin. Denne fikk jeg ekskjæresten min. Han hadde vært i Kina, han var fra Polen. Han var skuespiller, og så hadde han vært i Kina, og så kjøpte han denne til meg. Den første og siste kjæresten jeg noen gang har hatt. Han var 12 år eldre enn meg. Og så var han liksom et hode lavere. Han var nesten sånn liten dverg. Og så sa kjæresten til mamma bare sånn, når han hadde møtt han, så sa han på norsk sånn, nei, jeg skal ikke si det han sa. Jeg visste ikke at Kristiane likte lave menn. Men jeg liker jo ikke lave menn. Oh, shit. Ja, det var jo bare det at han var en veldig fin fyr. Jeg har ikke noe sånn at jeg bryr meg om, liksom, om personen er et hode lavere enn meg. Hva er det som tenker på sånne ting, akkurat hvor høy folk er? Her har vi besta! Besta! Ok, nå skal vi ha... Denne her stjal jeg fra videregående da jeg gikk på dramalinjen. Jeg danset Riverdance i burka, og så synes jeg denne her var et morsomt kostyme, så jeg tok den med meg hjem. Men jeg kan ikke gjøre det, for da blir det diskriminering, for da blir det de andre, ikke sant? Og det er jo ikke det jeg skal. Det blir et helt feil fokus. Jeg kan ikke bruke sånn hijab-greier. Det er så mye politisk. Innskrenket frihet. Vet du hva det er? Jeg kan ha sånn der klassisk musikk sånn og så skal jeg ha sånn T-selskap. Skal være litt sånn der Svanhild. Nei, det skal vi ikke ha. Den stjal jeg fra Kyol. Jeg var på opptaksprøve, siste prøven, og så slapp de meg ikke inn. Akkurat de ville ikke ha meg inn på skolen. Kom jeg inn på filmkunst i stedet for. Og da stjal jeg dette som hevn. Jeg kommer ikke til å stjele noe fra Oslo Met. Ikke enda. Neida. Det bestemor sin hatt. Å, så er det fin. Dette kan jo være brudesjalet til den Page Bride, eller den pestbruden. Byller og så videre. Kommer til å bli skikkelig upopulær. Kommer til å bli skikkelig politisk ukorrekt og alt dette her. Jeg føler meg som en 3 år gammel jente. Jeg kan ikke gå sånn. Nå kommer det å ringe politiet, vet du. Det var de naboene. Vi kommer så fra bare så at jeg gjør akkurat det jeg gjør. Jeg forbereder meg til en performance. Jeg ser gjennom etter kostymer. Det fordi jeg vil tåle at man snakker litt høyt til seg selv. Hvem det som ikke snakker høyt med seg selv, liksom? Hvis det grunn nok til å ringe politiet, så det de som har problemer, altså. Jeg har ikke gjort noe galt. Jeg har ikke skreket til nå. Jeg har ikke skreket, og jeg kommer ikke til å skrike på performancen min heller, fordi jeg pleier å gjøre det, da. Skrike litt, men nå skal jeg ikke skrike. Jeg føler meg så pompøs. Jeg kan ikke gå sånn heller. Du må ikke ta deg i ansiktet. Og du må ikke ha spytt. Æsj, 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 æsj. Æsj. Det smitter alt. Nå vasker jeg deg 1000 ganger. Æsj. Men, Altså, hva skal jeg finne på? Jeg har jo ikke noen ideer. Jeg har en prosjektbeskrivelse til fond for utøvende. Men det passer jo ikke å gjøre det samme. Hvordan kan jeg liksom, hva har dette nå å si? Og ikke alle ensomme sitter i sin jævla lille krok eller sin lille bopel alene. Hva det jeg kan på en måte tilføre dem?
Home, where the heart seeks shelter at the end of the day, traveling and working, doing what one may, where tension meets its release, where fear seems to ease, where the mind feels at ease. That's what one calls
Home by James Jack Bentham. It is friends, it is family, it is blood. It is your favourite tree, it is soil. It is your songs remembered from childhood. It is a beer at the end of the day. It is old, it is new, it is sitting by the fire. It's a conversation without words. It's a place to hang your hat. It's a place to close your eyes. It's the food your grandma cooked. It is kneeling in a church in silence. It is the birds singing in the trees. It is the stars above you. It is your favourite blanket. It is a well-needed cup of tea. It is home.
خونه جاییه که بوی غذای مامانو بده. جایی که شبا بابا با یه جعبه پر از نون خامه‌ای برگرده خونه. جایی که برادرت همیشه مواظبته. جایی که پر از صدای خنده دوستاته. هر جا که خوشحال باشی یا احساس آرامش کنی، اونجا خونه است.
It's such an odd concept. It used to provide me with a sense of safety and both anxiety and insecurity at the same time. Now though, when I know for sure that home is an experience being co-created with others, I now not only feel at home everywhere, but home is my proposal to others. So feel like at home, my beautiful siblings.
Heimat entsteht aus einer Fülle von Erinnerungen, die kaum noch datierbar sind. Fast meint man, diese Landschaft kennt mich. Mehr als man es vielleicht will. Diese Kiesgrube, dieser Holzweg.
Heimili. Að vera heima hjá sér öruggur í sínu umhverfi. Þar sem þú setur frá þér teketilinn og gleymir mjólkurglasinu í gluggasillunni og súkkulaðibréfinu undir rúmi. Og það er í lagi, því þetta er þitt heimili. Það er líka gott að eiga heimili í eigin líkama. Vera sáttur þar sem þú situr á bekk, kannski í almenningsgarði. Það er staður sem er gott að koma heim til.
Great.
And you made it. You stayed up so late.
You're muted.
Sorry?
You stayed up so late.
Thank you.
Congratulations. It's great.
Thank you.
Done in Oslo, Norway.
Yeah, it's how it is.
I'm just saying where you are. You're in Oslo, not
Yeah,
you.
I'm very close to Oslo. I live in a little village. It's about 1 hour outside of Oslo.
Oh, you're outside.
So, yeah, but I used to say that it's the part of the big Oslo.
Right.
But it's a very like small place. It's nobody outside. Yeah, it's very, very calm.
Nice.
It's on the countryside.
Yeah. But then your neighbors are crazy and we'll call the cops on you.
It's funny because they came in the middle of the night and I had done some yoga and meditation and took a shower and was so calm and wanted to go to bed. And then suddenly the police were coming and they're like, hello, we just wondered, are you okay? And I just, are you sure that you're at the right place? And they said, we are not sure. Maybe it's another place. And I said, who called you? We don't know which neighbor called, and we don't know where it is, but it was some sound in the apartments here. It was some like knocking and like screaming, and I said, I haven't heard any screaming, any knocking, and I have certainly not screamed. So they said, oh, I'm sorry, maybe it's been kind of a misunderstanding. And what I think is that we live many people in a kind of apartment, and it's a lot of children and different voices. So maybe the person that called was like connecting a lot of things and thought that had like imagine like a scary movie inside. I don't know. But I called the neighbor the day after. I knocked on the door and asked, was it you who heard something yesterday? And he said, no. I slept like a stone. It was so calm. So it was like a mystery. Who called?
Well, I'm glad you didn't get arrested.
Yeah, they were very nice actually.
Okay.
They just wanted to see how I lived. They came into my apartment.
Really?
Yeah.
Were they cute?
Sorry?
Were they cute?
Yeah, it was a very handsome man. He was very young and he was smiling and like flirting a little bit.
That's why he wanted to come in.
Of course.
Right.
Nice.
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry we couldn't see you in New York.
Right. We were looking
But I understand. Maybe next year or something.
Yeah,
definitely.
The world will heal.
Yeah. Maybe it's good this way also. Yeah. For the world.
Yeah.
Not traveling so much.
We'll be okay.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah. And you have to tell me when you are in Norway.
Of course.
Yes.
Yes. So,
redo.
So that's Kristiane. How to say? Bogwald.
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 Yes.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
And next?
Who's next?
Valerie Sharp.
Valerie Sharp is also, she's in Stone Ridge, probably in the three-phase studio.
With technical help from Nina and Brian.
Yeah.
And her partner Luke.
And of course Luke. So I don't know if they have their act together yet.
Without further ado.
I see a thumbs up.
All right.
So without further ado, thank you, Kristiane. But we now will begin with Valerie Sharp when she's ready. So Alex.
Casey looks so cool.
Thank you, Valerie.
Thank you, Valerie.
That's Valerie Sharp, ladies and gentlemen, who lives in Marbletown, Stone Ridge, New York.
Yes.
So.
And is using third three-phase run by Nina and Brian. She's there with Luke. And
Probably Nina and Brian.
And they're expecting.
Yeah, so thank you.
I don't know if Valerie or Luke want to come and say something, because now we've done that with Evan and Kristiane and Ray.
Hi, Valerie.
Hey.
Hi.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Originally, Valerie was going to do a durational piece in Grace Exhibition Space. How long? 3 hours?
Yeah, something like that, 3 or 4.
Yeah. So in the basement while other things were happening upstairs. So we have a shortened piece, which is perfect for this evening. Thank you for accommodating. Thank you for working so hard, everyone.
Thank you.
You want Luke to say something, to say hi? Is he there?
He's here.
On screen.
Thank you, Luke. Thank you, Valerie. And what about
having us.
everyone?
Huh?
Thanks for having us.
You're welcome. You have tech people there too?
We've got Nina here.
Hi, Nina.
Hey.
I mean, Nina has to get out of the way. Ninja Nina.
Social distance.
Oh, that's right. Everyone has to social distance. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Nina.
You're welcome.
You look beautiful. You're perfect.
Awesome. Okay, well,
Valerie, do you want to introduce the video? This is the last live performance for tonight, and now we have a video to close the evening.
Sure. So this video is called Turning. It was a collaboration between me and Fred Hatt, and it was all entirely shot at Rosekill, which is where Jill and Hoke are right now. Their beautiful land in Rosendale, New York. So the piece goes through the 4 seasons, and all of the actions are inspired by the land and each season and the energy of that season. And we actually started it, I think, back in 2016, and then did it for 1 year, which is when I moved to this area. So it was also like, I don't know, I feel like a love letter to this area and the nature here and the people here. Thank you so much for letting us shoot it there. And thank you, Fred, for all of your hard work. I think he's watching.
I hope he's watching.
Yeah. Hi, Fred. I hope you're watching. It's a beautiful film. And I hope everyone's going to stay and watch it. It's right now, I believe, playing in the window of Grace Exhibition Space at 182 Avenue C. So we're not there in person, but we're there in our presence with you and Fred's video.
In spirit.
In spirit, and thank you to Fred for doing that.
If you're in the city and you're in the East Village, stop by and you can look out it in the window.
And there's a nice plaza in front of the building, so you're able to social distance without a problem. So thank you. Alex, is the video ready?
Yay! Thank you.
That was amazing.
That was beautiful.
So beautiful.
Thank you, Fred Hatt and Valerie Sharp.
And what's that, Valerie?
Oh, stickers on.
A really fantastic evening.
Yeah, get Valerie on.
Hey.
Hey, Valerie.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I'm sorry Fred's not in the Zoom, so he's not.
I know. He's watching though. He was texting.
Yeah, I was texting. So
Yeah,
Did he climb a tree for that one shot?
I think he shot it from the porch, going down the one in the winter.
Oh.
Yeah, I think.
Looks like he was up in a tree or something.
We could say he climbed a tree.
Okay.
He's dedicated for sure. It was really cold during the winter.
It was really cold. I remember that. He came to our house for tea.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was cold. I like the best part for me is when you were pouring the pigments onto the snow, the three strands together.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, that was very beautiful. What was that made of?
I think watercolor.
Yeah.
Yeah, like diluted in water.
The result was really beautiful.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much.
All of the bios are on the Grace Exhibition Space website. I hope Fred's bio is there too. If it's not, I have to make sure to put it on there.
Put it up. I think we need to.
Yes. And this has been a really unexpected. We weren't anticipating this evening of everything kind of matching and being meditative and intense and dreamlike, and an incredible night for Grace Exhibition Space. Thank you everyone for accepting our invitations and for making work. There's a chat happening. Thank you, Jill and Hoke, for having me. Oh, thank you, Kristiane. It was a pleasure to take part in this event. It was a pleasure to have you too, Kristiane. Everyone.
Thank you.
Well, I want everybody to stay the fuck home, stay healthy.
And come back in 2 weeks.
Come back in 2 weeks and we'll do this again.
Yeah, we're getting better at it.
Yeah.
Oh
Well,
my God.
I mean, yeah. Ethan and Alex are getting better at it.
Ethan and Alex. Woo! Zoom, and Ethan's keeping us online.
Yeah.
Through the Facebook.
This would not happen without those guys.
No, it would not. So that's how we can keep doing this. Grace Exhibition Space is the lucky stuff. Yes.
Where will it be archived? Will it be archived if people can look at it?
Yes, it will be archived. Alex, it's going to be archived, right?
Yeah, it's already recorded. Tonight was smooth. And
Alex, unmute.
Sorry. Yeah, it's
Well, it will be archived. We'll put it on our website and we'll put it on our Facebook
yeah,
page.
it will be recorded. It's already been recorded.
So,
and,
is that?
What?
It seems to be that.
Yeah. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the world. I hope anybody's watching is home and safe and healthy.
And stay in touch.
And if you're not, get well soon.
We love everybody.
Bye, everyone. See you next time. Thanks, John Hoke.
I'll get out of the screen.